Finally got everything set up. Alright. This is going to be super weird. First time actually streaming. No idea what I'm doing. Well, let's see what happens. And I exist. Okay. Minimize that. Bam. Goodo. I do wonder. That's why Stream Avatar isn't connected. Jesus. That's better. Let's change this boy out. Yeah. Chats. Bunch of stuff in stream, but they're not going to be used for ages. Excellent. Alright, so John Stick. Let's get this game underway. Where are my assets? Here we are. This one. Actually, I should probably set up some file structure first, eh? I'm just going to dump everything in the base. So we have assets, I'll have scripts, and I'll have scenes, just keep everything nice and clean. Okay, what do I have here? Models. Oops, that is not how you spell models at all. Yeah. And what else do I have on here? Okay. Create more as we need them. But let's now get my mannequin imported. Don't move it there, just copy it there. Jeez. Okay. Where are we? Reload. Oh, duh, it's a blend file. I've got to export it to the GLB. I really need to fix up the UI on this too. Let's see, let's do that now. Edit, preferences, interface, 1.5, there we go. That should be better for everyone watching this, eh? Alright, so this guy's got some animations set up already. Idle, walk forward, carrying, run forward, run backward, idle, hang. So I don't actually have any strafing, but whatever. for now, that'll be fine. Animations. There was something in here previously. Yeah, whatever. Hey, that's what I'm after. Perfect. Those see enabled. Gotta keep the bone map, gotta keep the archer. Root type. That is going to be character body 3D. Won't be able to move this guy. Alright, and animations. There's a way to import each of these separately, isn't there? Actually, that's saved to file. I don't want to save them to file. I'm going to have joints. Go to an external. The reason for that is because I want to actually change the material for those joints and have different colors. Materials. Why not? If anyone sees me doing something stupid in Godot, just tell me. Because I guarantee you I'm going to make a ton of silly mistakes. Oh, what am I doing? Extract materials. And I want to put them into there. Just go joints. There we go. Okay. That uses external. Perfect. I think that'll be everything that I need. Animation save. Let's get that. A new location. Still hanging. Okay, I want that to backwards, forwards, all that stuff. Now, all these animations I've just grabbed off Mixamo because I'm terrible at animating things. Let's be honest. Alright, new inherited scene. Look at, actually, I'm going to change you again, don't I? Character body 3D. Perfect. And you need a collider, don't you? I got a collision polygon. Yeah, we'll keep collision shape for now. Let's not get too crazy. Push that out a bit. Perfect. Now the reason I've made this so big is just because I want a chroma key out my head. So, yeah. If it's too annoying, let me know. Just transform. It's going to be about 8, I think. Perfect. Cool. Let's go with that for now. I can make that more detail later. I am going to give you a script, which will be saved under scripts. Okay. Finish setting you up later. Now I want some ground or something to walk on. Give me a static. And mesh, which I think I'll just have as a plane. That'll do for now, just for the time being. Wondering if I should give that any colour. Because I want my game to be mostly black and white though, as if it's stick figures that come to life in 3D. Collision. Box shape. Alright, ground. I'll rename you. That's my ground. Very simple, very straightforward. Now, I want to create some walls. Which way is north in this? I think that's north. Mesh instance needs to be a node. I'll go box mesh for this one, I think. Give it some thickness. Go 50 high. That needs to be 100. You can be, I'll say 30 high for now. Perfect. It's very weird. I feel like I'm talking to myself. I probably am, actually. Let's be honest. See what Freedom Forge is doing while I'm going. Box shape. Now this needs to be 100 again. Actually push that another half meter, I think. I don't want you to be the thing that changes either. North wall should be the thing that transforms. 50.5. There we are. Right on the edge. Duplicate you a few times. East, south, west. Need to make sure these sub-resources are unique. But otherwise I'm going to alter everything. West wall. Negative 90. Everything's unique in this world. You I need to be rotated 90 again. Perfect. Unique again. And unique again. Okay. Turn that down a little bit. I need to be able to spring arm it all. It's just going to be a first person view. Or do I want it to be a third person view? I'm not going to have switching between both because that'll be too much. Let's see. Change it so. Under there, but I can rotate you. I can rotate that. Let's do that. Eye height and move you forward on the X by Z is forward. Yeah, let's do that. Stream bot. Alright, now I need a sub viewport. Also need a viewport container. Alright. The reason for this is because I'm going to have two cameras. One perspective to give the 3D view. One orthogonal to give a 2D view. As small as possible. Not quite as small as possible, but your X offset. Make that 500 so it's just skipping everything. Actually, I'll make it 200 wide. Go. You go diagonal. That'll be a bit. I'll have it 300 for now. I suppose I could just leave it as 50. And then just detect -50. And then I can just detect walls that are in the way when I change that camera and hide them. Damn, it's so early. My brain should not be working this hard at 5:40 in the morning. Okay, so I've got the cameras set up. What else? Not going to worry about animations right now. Just want to get the cameras set up and then work on toggling between them. I'm going to give this a script though. What do I need to do? Whoops. Let's give you a class name. Reload the player scene. That's got to be a packed scene or something, doesn't it? Yeah. Alright, now we can go player instantiate. Main inherited? Oh, what is that? Let's see here. Go for scene instantiate. What do we have here? So, the case where the scene is being instanced to the base of another. Pass to instantiate blocks edits to the scene state. Alright, I'm just gonna leave that empty. Don't need it. Let's double check that is going to load it. World. Let me change this. Full screen. 1920 and 1080 are the ratios. Instantiate, I need to add it as a child too. Ooh, okay. You current. Oh, of course. You stretch. the center. I also want you to not be visible. Alright, there we go. So now we're at the player. Yeah, it's difficult to see everything at the moment, but that's fine. I'll get some shaders sorted out at some point today, hopefully. Or plenty of time today. Like what? Another 7 hours or so of game dev before I start doing a game. Alright, you... We'll check. Two camera 3 units present scene, one is current. Seeing one camera is current to false will cause the other cameras to be made current. But does that stop it from trying to render what's in it? I assume so. Player movement. Let's get to work on that. Get some input set up. So walk forward. Of course. Now walk backward. Left. What am I doing? Walk right. There we go. I'm actually going to add a jump as well. Do I want to have jumping? Yes, I want to have jumping. That would be horrible for the 2D perspective if you like box yourself in, you can't jump over something. Just be weird, right? And that will do for now. Walk left. Walk right. Now, should you be walk backward or forward? You'll walk backward. You'll walk forward. I think that's right. Yes, that's right. Oh, my left and right are around the wrong way. Okay. So that's all set up, right? What is next? I've got that normalized it. I'm going to need to set up a perspective camera and orthogonal camera. Max size. Min size can be that. Can't specify both of them as float too. Hate not having type specified. Now what? What is next? Perspective camera. Now if I'm zooming that into transition, that's going to need a... No, it's not. It will, however, need a perspective camera that is exported. Cool. There we go. Same with you. Orthogonal camera. Alright, perspective camera. And orthogonal. Just 3D. That's something I need to do for the orthogonal camera too. Right, actually, do I need an orthogonal position? Because if I change to the Z-axis slice, the camera just needs to look at the player. Go to that side, I can just tell it to look at the player as well if I do the X-axis slice too. I don't think I need that. You can go away. I do want to create an enum though. Jeez, how do you create an enum in Godot? Completely forget. It's just like that. Not YZ. That's not it. It's that. Back to Godot docs. Come on, there we go. GDScript reference. X-axis, Z equals Z-axis. Is that right? Or do I just have to do it like this? Ah, there's no equals. Jeez. Alright, fine. The nums must be integers. Like that. There you go, okay. We go up to the top there. exports, then constants, then variables. Large author axis can be an author axis value. That can default to Z, I think. The best way to do that. Love the Heartbound soundtrack. It's so nice, so relaxing. I'm going to need a ready function here. Not yet, but at some point. Okay. I'm also going to set up a signal. Switch camera. Switch cameras. I'll figure out what values I'm going to put on that later. Okay, what else do I need for these two cameras? So I've got where my perspective camera is going to be looking at, which definitely don't want it to be down there. I'll set it at 1.7 and I'll set its X as... No, it's not its X. I keep setting the X value. I don't know why. I'll set it at 1. Better. Alright. Looks pretty. There is a bit of a delay, I'm noticing. Anywho. So, got the enum set up. Got the cameras set up. But now... I'm going to need another variable for switching. That will default false. And I'm also going to want to set up a transition. Actually, no, I don't need to set up a transition point. Ooh, how would I do that with this one? So the transition I was doing previously was for third person to orthogonal. So it would zoom in to the head, and once it gets to a point it would stop, and then change camera. Can't really do that here, can I? What if... We'll just see... I mean, maybe. Just transition from 0.05 to that for the near, because that way it'll come up like that, and that will provide some sort of nice little transition effect by default as well. Hey. Okay, so perspective, we're going to go const min near const max near float. Okay. Const, if I can type. All right, min near and max near, done. Alrighty, so min near, max near. I'll set up another function as well. Specifically, delta is a float, so I'm going to specify it as a float. Handle camera transition, give it the delta. Actually, if is switching, do that and then return so that it doesn't try to continue. If you're here, Sad, and you're not saying anything, and I'm just acting like I'm talking to myself, then that's very frustrating. It's so weird, because I'm not used to looking at a camera at all. It's new to me. Alright, so... Hey, about time. Alright, so I'm switching cameras. I return out now. I also need to set up a... No, go away. Remote debug. Input map. I need something for handling camera change. What key can I set that up to? Do I want to set up to Z? Or do I set up Z to transition to Z, X to transition to X? That's probably going to be better. That is the smarter option. Because then I could transition from the Z-axis camera to the X-axis camera and back without having to go through perspective. Alright, let's see here. I need Z camera change. And then X camera change. No, not on that one though. X camera change. input. If event is action. So I don't want it to be is action pressed. I think I can do X camera change. Oh, thank you for that. I completely forgot to turn off emote chat only. There you go, Sat. What do you expect? It's my first day. I had to start the stream 3 times trying to figure out why YouTube wasn't actually streaming. But oh well. Current author axis is author axis X. Yeah, I'll do it as an elif because I don't want both actions to run at the same time accidentally. It's going to be an author axis Z. And I'm going to do is switching as true for these. So let me show you what I'm actually building, because I've been testing this stuff out in this test project. So there it is. Okay. So it's a very simple scene like this. These guys are enemies. They've got the enemy script assigned to them. These are just obstacles that you can bump into and whatnot. So what that happen? Invalid get index. Body entered. Orthogonal area 3D. Huh. Did I change that? What is orthogonal area 3D even? Hang on. Oh, I know why. Yeah, I was setting up some other stuff which I never actually got around to finishing. So you got this, so you can move around and whatnot. But if you change into, well, watch this. Change into the Z-axis, so you got a 2D perspective. And now you got these guys in line with you. And then you can change back to perspective. And you can also change to the X-axis. And you'll notice that it's all of the objects in the 3D world are kind of disappearing. But if I leave them in line, so if I go to this one, it's there because it's a part of the Z-axis slice. So whatever 2D perspective you look at, whatever you're in line with, yeah. And actually, one thing I'm going to have is, so these enemies get pulled into whatever your axis is, so they're always in line with you when you go into the 2D mode. And I want it set up so that when you go back into perspective mode, they actually have a velocity added to them, and they get thrown. So that way, they can hit a wall when you go back into perspective mode and take damage, things like that. But yeah, that's the kind of thing I'm going for. Hopefully this only takes me like a month or two. Correct. You're only able to move on the x-axis and jump up and down on the y. You can't actually move on the z-axis in that view. So yeah, it's basically a game that combines 2D and 2D and 3D. So now I just need to remember half of the stuff that I've done. There was a lot of code just for doing the transition, and that's what this signal's for, so that things know when you're transitioning, stuff like that. Where was I? I completely distracted myself there. So handling the input so we know what ortho we're changing to. This can then, I think I need another one for is perspective. I think. Dang. Let's see. Editor settings. I think that's now 175. Is that better? Hard to read the blues. Yeah, actually, that's one thing I'll do. I want to set up Solarized Dark, I think. No. Ugh. God, no. Let's go back to custom. What's default? Yeah, I kind of want to set up a contrast so that, you know, if someone's got, there we go, that's probably much easier. So that if someone jumps in and they've got like some sort of color blindness, the contrast still makes it so it doesn't matter. They can still read everything kind of easy. I'm hoping that's better with the complete black and then the text on top of it. Yeah, cool. Because there's no way, I don't think there's any way to make the text on its own bigger. So if I go to 200%, watch this. That's 200%. I think that's the biggest I can make it to. And I mean, honestly, that's probably better because I am scaling from 4K down to 1080p, which is half the size. So 200% would probably make it proper 1080p. Now that also raises the question though, how is this? So I imagine this all looks very small. I'm pretty sure I changed all of this to... Pretty sure I changed it all to be like 200% or something. Font size, very large, page zoom, 150. How's that? Ew, actually, ew. That has altered my my stream, like the chat. I'm gonna have to extend my chat window now. Move Discord over there. Alright, there we go. Let's see. So I can probably make that 200%. And that'll probably be easier for you, I guess. Have it all 200% rather than... Oh, you got a little red goblin. Cool. I'll leave it all like that. I'm sure my eyes will adjust. My eyes are used to reading like extremely tiny text, so... I mean, you should be able to customize it as you want. You can make him green, you can make him teal, you can be a blob. Or you can be a floating head like me, with different hair color. Let me see. I've never tinkered with this stuff myself, but I always see like underneath the stream. Okay, I need to add an extension panel. Set it as panel 1. Okay, let's see. Back to Twitch. Alright, so if you've got an avatar underneath Twitch, there'll be a Stream Avatars extension there. You should be able to do something in that. Potentially, I don't know. I mean, I can always just Stream Avatars. Just make it green. Or you can be the blob. Or you can be another me. But I'll make you a Ranger. Or I'll make you grey to suit your age. to be a goblin. There you go. I don't have pink. I have teal and red. Or green. Red it is. Yeah, if I have a pink one, then I need to figure out the color scheme of the clothing as well, so that it's not everything blending together into one. Ah, there you go. Wonder what that is. I actually have no idea. Ah, yeah, so you authorize it, and then you should be able to change stuff around. I'm probably going to actually turn that off though, so that it's not posting that message all the time. Let's see. Where are extensions? There they are. My extensions. Why is Steam avatars found on Steam? Okay, so I just need to configure it in Steam. Yes, so this is the Heartbound soundtrack that you can get on Steam for like $5 AU. It's all owned by Pirate Software, but they let you use it on streams and stuff like that. Sully, thank you very much. How are you today? On YouTube and Twitch. Very nice. Alright, I should probably get back to the game dev though. Nice. Soul Mask. I have not heard of that. I'm assuming that's a game. Trying not to die in Soul Mask in real life might be... Yeah. Ah, it's that one. The survival one. Yep. I mean, it sounds like it. With a name like that, it should be a Souls-like survival. I'm pretty sure a Souls-like survival is a game that's impossible, though. Just because you die when you come across the first monster. Man, I wish there was a way to lock this stream avatars window so I don't keep accidentally resizing it. Alright, anyway, so setting it up so that when I'm switching, it does that. If I'm switching, I think I need an is transition to, so that way when Let's see. Transitioning. That can be false too. So, under here, so when you start switching, I need to check which mode you're currently in, which is where what is it? His perspective. Do that for now. Actually, that's something I can do. Where are we? No, I don't want to update Notepad++. I forgot just how much code there was for handling transitions. Ah, that's the other thing I need to do in here. Because I don't want this to transition. I don't want to trigger the same transition multiple times. That'll be weird. Some stuff in setup that I don't have. Confined hidden. I think it's probably a better one. No, captured will be, but I do need to move that to like a general. What's the word? Like a general management script sort of thing. Get rid of that pass now. What else is there? Oh, yeah, I need to set up the sub viewports. And also a sub viewport. So that I can tinker with those as I please. So let's pop you there. Pop you there. Alright. I only touched this work like a month ago, or like 2 weeks ago, and I've already forgot all of it. Alright, gonna relearn it all. Screw it. So I need to set up some layers actually. Pretty physics layers, let's see. World, player, enemy. Player projectile. Enemy projectile. What was there? There was perspective object. Orthogonal object. And oh, what else? World player enemy. Player projectile, enemy projectile, perspective object, orthogonal object. I will find out what else I'm forgetting just as soon as I need it. But this guy, let's set up his collisions for now. You're on the player layer. You want to interact with world, enemy, enemy projectile, and perspective for now. Set up some more constants. So this will be 0, 0, 1, 1, 0, 1, 0, 1. Good old binary. Then orthogonal collision is the same, but that's a 1 and that's a 0. So if you're wondering, this here that's just something you need. This is binary for the layer and the mask. I'll actually put mask here. And because it's binary, this first 0, because I've only got 8 specified, it's only the first 8 layers that it touches. So 0 is 8, and then the second 0 is 7, and it goes backwards. It's basically in reverse. Right, so that's why it does confuse people at the start. Yeah, exactly. See, yeah, because binary is reverse, where that's 1, that's 2, that's 4, that's 8, that's 16, that's 32, that's 64, that's 124. And yeah, these masks all relate to a binary value. So you can see our enemy's value 4. So you got 1, 2, 4. That's enemy. And then because it's binary, 1 means it's on, 0 means it's off. So yeah. There are other ways to do this, but this is my preferred way. Oh, you posted my going live. I do have my own Discord too, which I'm just realizing now. Nightbot has not seemed to post yet. We'll see what happens. See if it posts it. Alright, so when I transition into those, yes, those words mean stuff to me. Oh, about Discord. It should. It's got my bio, it's got links to Twitter, YouTube, TikTok, and Discord. Ah, that stuff, yeah. So yeah, I just have no extensions there at the moment. You should have. It's interesting that you can't see the stream avatars one. Yeah, like I thought about putting stuff under there, like the like specs and whatnot, so people know like what hardware I'm running if they want to mimic it. But yeah, I figured for now I'll just leave it like that, and then once I start getting other stuff organized and whatnot, yeah, I can start throwing some more bits and pieces in there. I think there's enough about me in there. I mean, I'm saying that I'm taking a hiatus from employment, which is a nice way of saying that I'm just unemployed. Oh yeah, I do. Huh. Well, guess what's being changed right now? I think I set that up like last night or the day before. I was very tired. Oh well, where is it? Community, no, settings, channel. From, save. Sup, mentor? Get in the chat. Just out of curiosity, who here is excited for the Faz update tomorrow? Because we're going to be playing that, alright? That's right, yeah. You do as Daddy says. Oh, that's right. Tomorrow is Tuesday for me. I always forget that games put up their release dates as like American or European times. So I've got to add like 24 hours. Ugh. The perils of living in Australia. Cool. You wish. No. I'll deal with that later. I do want to figure out why Nightbot's not posting anything though. This is the fun thing about yeah, first stream. It's just figuring out all of the bugs. I have a timer. Oh, minimum chat lines per 5 minutes, right. That's probably why. Well, that's what I'm hoping. I'm going to be relying on you to make the Faz stream a bit more interesting with your scaredness. Yeah. Oh, let's see how long Night. Let's see if Nightbot has already. Nah. Damn you, Nightbot. Make sure it's actually connected. Oh, that also helps. Damn, my finger's off today. Now let's see if it works. There we go. Welcome, Shadow. Yeah, that's pretty much how I was spelling. You know why? All because my left hand was one column of keys to the right. Alright, back to the dev. So a perspective, or we're orthogonal. We are switching, so in here, if transitioning, else, if people hate nested if statements, then they're gonna hate me. We're transitioning, and you know what? I should be able to pop this out. Yes, I can. There we go. So we're in perspective mode, and we're switching cameras. So I need to lerp the camera's position. No, I need to lerp the camera's nearest this thing, so that it moves towards that. Okay, so new nearest, go lerp the max near, min near, delta, and perspective camera near. Actually, just going to replace that there. I think that will do something. Let's find out. or not. I have defaulted his perspective, you know, that's why. Alright, well there's no errors, so it's just going to be a problem with my code. Let me see. Go. His perspective. And transitioning. Pretty sure that's default false, isn't it? Yes, cool. And I am going to set this like so, so that I can print new near. It's trying to do something. True, true, false, and that goes into here. Oh, hang on. Jeez. Of course. There we go. And then from here, I can go. I don't want it to be delta. Actually, yeah, I'll leave it as delta. Why not? Forgot what I was going to do next. Make that a little bit wider for me. I need to go. If perspective camera near is less than or equal to min near. Well, actually, let's do something a bit different here. Actually, no, I'll leave it like that. Perspective camera current is false. Orthogonal camera current is true. Collision mask is orthogonal collision mask. And transitioning is true. Alright, so when the perspective camera near is less than or equal to the minimum near, we switch to the orthogonal camera, we set the collision mask to the orthogonal collision mask, set transitioning to true, and is perspective as false because we are no longer in perspective mode. And then in the orthogonal transitioning, we need to lerp this size, which I think I've got the min and the max set up already. So we can go actually no, I don't need to set that up because that's transitioning from orthogonal to perspective. So I need to set this one up now. And we go to the Orthogonal camera size. Lerp. Max. No, not max size. I'm doing it again. Same mistake I made before. Min size. With delta. No. Max size. Ah. Damn, that's not going to work. Where are we? I knew there was some bits I was forgetting. Right. I need to set up an orthogonal transition. And a perspective transition. Then is perspective can be based on perspective camera current. Probably don't need to do that every time though. Let's do that if switching. Now, orthogonal transition, perspective transition. And then I also have we have this, so we go to orthogonal transition. Set the size to the min size. There is so much that I didn't put comments in, so I'm just losing track whenever I try to follow my own code. Always comment your code, people. Orthogonal transition. Force the subviewport container visible needs to be true. Really? Sure, that's not you. I was gonna say, unless Notepad has powers that I don't know about. Oh, yes. By the way, this is all that exists of me. You think streamers don't have legs? I don't have a body. Considering I'm not wearing a blue shirt, that would require me to have a body. There. I do need to come up with a better solution for this. I do have one, it just won't get here until some point in July. Now. Oh, nothing. It's just this gives me more of the screen to deal with, rather than having my body blocking part of the screen. I can just like, or if I want to point something out specifically, then I can do this. Be like, this is the input. See? Yeah. I just need to hotkey that stuff now so that I don't have to move it with my mouse and whatnot. Or if I was able to, I could take up less of the screen too. But if I do that, my green screen ends like not far past there. The reason for that is because like my apartment is small, so I need some space to move around. I can't just have a green screen blocking me. So this will be perspective transition, orthogonal transition. There we go. Get rid of that. I'll show you my little demo that I was tinkering around with over the last couple weeks. So I've kind of restarted this so that, you know, everyone can see the whole process. But it's going to be a 3D and 2D game, and it's going to be just like a survival shooter kind of thing. Waves of enemies come in. You got to fight them off and not die and last as long as possible. That's my MVP anyway. Like I do want to. There is a whole storyline that I want to add to it, but we'll see what happens. I'm just going for like an MVP of survive a bunch of waves of enemies for as long as possible. So for this little test that I set up, I've got some enemies, so then some world objects that you can kind of interact with. And so we go here, you can transition onto the Z-axis. So now you only move along the Z-axis. You can't move on the X-axis at all. You're in 2D mode, essentially. And then you can transition to the X-axis, which does the same thing, but obviously you're just on the X-axis at that point. It pulls all of the enemies onto your axis as well. So you could have some funny stuff, like if you've got an enemy up on a ledge or something, and you transition into one of the axes, then that ledge isn't going to exist in that perspective. So that will just fall to the ground at that point. So you can kind of do stuff like that. But also, if I line myself up with this stuff here, you'll notice that only the world objects that are in line with that axis are visible. There's no other ones, and because this is a ramp, it's got a little bit of a ledge there that you can stand on. But you don't know it's a ramp in this mode because now it's a ramp. You can walk up it. So yeah. It's that kind of thing with guns and whatnot. Yeah, that's my little test environment to test out new things that I haven't done before. And now I'm trying to remember it all so that I can kind of show how to do it. Now, but that is also why I have Notepad up on my other screen so that I can see how I did it, and then I don't have to remember it. Ah, that's why. So I pop you under there. Get rid of you. If perspective transition, then I can set you up as an else if. You also be an else if. What's the first one? Orthogonal transition. LF perspective transition. LF perspective else. Yeah, I did have it set up as a anyway, that's enough. Let's see. So perspective transition. Perspective transition is if I'm transitioning into perspective mode. So I need to work on this one now. Which that is where is perspective move out. This is my favorite song from the Heartbound OST as well. Perspective move out. Pass you for now. So I think all of this needs to be perspective transition. Well, at least that does. There I go. So I'm in perspective mode. I move in. I say perspective transition. That's true. Which goes into here and sets up the orthogonal camera stuff. I don't think I need those. why did I have it set up like that? Orthogonal camera, transition to perspective camera. Because that's already doing what that's doing. You know what? Let's start this again. Let's go. What? So if perspective move out, else. So this would be perspective camera near equals lerp. Perspective camera near min near and delta. Whereas this one would be max near. I've got to change things around because, as you saw on the demo, it was third person view that you were transitioning between. But I've decided to do first person instead of third person. So logic is slightly different. Do that, and if the perspective camera near is less than or equal to min near, then I want to say orthogonal transition. I'm just doing that. Just do that. That way that'll hit that. And I can say collision mask. It's the orthogonal collision mask. Then the orthogonal camera size can be min size. Yep, cool. That's one thing that gets me about IDEs, is they just take like a few seconds to recognize the errors disappeared. And then yes, orthogonal camera's global position Y needs to be set to players Y. Ah, that's right. I also need a const Y offset. Set up the ortho axis there, so I can go the current ortho axis is Z. Else do the other one. And I need a orthogonal offset. That's how far the camera is going to sit off the player. Can really be any size I want it to be. But I think if I have it too close, where is it sitting at the moment? It's off the X, isn't it? Near far sizes that. Okay, so if I set the size as 20, it gives me that. Of course, because this needs to be the midpoint, which I believe 1.8.9. Cool. Too much weight to this. Okay. Got the min size set. Global position Y. But I want that to be a player offset. Could have a node, or I could just go const. Sorry, const y max offset is 5.9, 0.9. Y min offset. And now we go that plus the Y min offset. Make sure that it's at the right spot. If it's the Z axis, then we go orthogonal camera, global position X, and global position Z is orthogonal offset. Orthogonal camera, look at global position. Well, actually, I'm going to need to set that up as a vector 3. Global position X, orthogonal camera, global position, and global position Z. I have contractors on my roof, so if you hear a very loud drill in the background, that'll be why. Vector 3, oh, duh. Okay, orthogonal camera, look at Vector 3, look at. Okay, I think I was just checking my audio input. Now, like, I don't talk about that. Let's see. Need the... See, that. I was really hoping that AMD's like sound dampening stuff would kind of cut all of that background noise out. But it seems like it only works for typing. So it's just past 7 AM, so they're probably going to be here for probably the remainder of the stream. Hopefully they're not above my apartment for the entire thing. Hopefully they go off to other people's apartments. It's not that bad, but it's annoying to me because I'm hearing everything they're doing. Yes, I use a standing desk. That's why I can be a floating head like this. Is that better? Is that less creepy? I mean, I can also just like... Because, you know, just a floating head. I can go anywhere. So I've got the Z axis. That's what I need to do. I need to axis lock on X. Is it lock linear? Yes. And I'm going to make sure, so yeah, because I do that on perspective transition anyway. Need in there. And then I can copy all of that, pop it down here, change you to Z, change you to X, do that, and do that. And then in here, actually I think I need to set in a orthogonal move out or something like that. put all of this after that. Go expected camera current, that's false. Orthogonal camera current as true. And the sub-viewport container visible as true. Yeah, and I need an orthogonal size increase. I think I also set that in too, don't I? Where do I set that? Oh, I do it down in that. Right. You know what? Let's see what we have so far. That looks weird. Cool. Not too sure what that black dot was, but whatever. It's there apparently. In here, it's orthogonal. Then I need to lerp that. So go. So you set the orthogonal transition. And then I go, I also need to set orthogonal transition to false in here. Otherwise, we'll never get there. If it's orthogonal size increase, then I do one thing. Oops. It's not how you spell pass at all. So this is the one that we're on for now. But the orthogonal size increase will be orthogonal camera size equals lerp of the orthogonal camera size to max size by delta. And is switching equals orthogonal camera size. Actually, I should probably do this inside an if statement. I've just realized. If that is greater than or equal to max size. Ah, that's why. Yep. I see why I did it that way. So I set new size there. And I go if new size is greater than or equal to max size. I set the orthogonal's camera to max size, that way it doesn't go over. else, orthogonal cameras size is new size. I need to do that up here as well. Far new near as a float. Background music isn't too loud, is it? So I have it running in my headphones, but that doesn't necessarily mean that's how loud it is for you guys. Too quiet for you. Let's... Probably about there. New near is greater than or equal to max near. Then perspective camera near equals max near. Else new near. Down here, it's greater than or equal to the max size. Then I can set orthogonal size increase to false as well, and also switching to false. Jesus. You're gonna come through my roof in a minute. Pretty sure they've still got a week and a half of work to do as well, so that'll be all the more fun. I think that'll work for the first transition. I just need to figure out what that black box there is. I'm missing something here. Move out. Move in. Orthogonal transition. Always false. Alright, reduce near. Actually, I won't have it as reduce near, I'll have just change near. Go. Perspective camera near. Actually, I can just do a minus equal here. Perspective camera near minus equal change near. Well, actually, minus change near. It's greater or equal than plus. Because if I'm moving out, then I want to increase it. Otherwise, this will give me a constant rate of change. Perspective camera near minus change near is less than or equal to min near. Perspective camera near can equal min near. Else perspective camera near minus equal change near. Now you should be equal to exactly min near at all times. Let's give that a try. Whoa. Yep. Max near minus the work value. That should give me a positive. Interesting. I wonder if that would fit in here. I'll be back in a minute. I'm going to go get myself another coffee. 2 seconds. And I'm back. Set up. Okay. I had to do a bunch of food prep yesterday because obviously I'm going to be streaming for 12 hours a day for like 8 days straight. So I just made like a shepherd's pie, a pasta bake, a tuna bake. It's like everything I need. Lunchtime comes around, put it in a bowl, throw it in the microwave, done. Yes, very yum. With the pasta bake, I've started doing stuff like I'll like cut up some like chicken sausages, or I'll like get some turkey breast or something and cut that up and throw it throughout it as well. Add something extra to it. So I need to find out why this isn't transitioning. You don't know what that black dot is. That, not at all the value that it should be. Losing precision, and I don't like it. GD scripts not have anything more precise than a float. There's always someone that's had the issue before. Compiling section for instruction. So do I need to get double precision? That can't be right. Surely there's just something in here I can set. Alright, it looks like I would have to actually compile it. I just compile the entire editor. A nerdy dude who cooks, yes. Yes. That's what happens when you grow up with a mother and an older brother that are chefs. see. Precision. No. Damn it. Alright. I will have to do the unthinkable. I mean, I am Australian, so that explains the mythical part. We're all unicorns down here. Well, what would be the kangaroo equivalent of a unicorn? A uniroo? A uniroo or a runicorn? Which one's better? Runicorn. Done. Kangaroo unicorn. I will start working at some point on a stream avatar that is a runicorn. See if that works. Not. Oh. Plus, of course. Deal with the precision manually. No. I'm moving in. So the max near. The near minus the change. That's not equal to that. I am so confused. So that is oh, of course. Jeez. We'll need to have something similar to this up here. Of course, I removed the print screen. Print. Orthogonal transition. That'll be less than, of course. There we go. Okay, so that's finally figured out. It's probably a bit fast though. So let's go const transition speed. So if I multiply delta by the transition speed, that should slow it down. Ooh, let's sped it up, okay. Divide it. Bit slow now. That's alright. Doesn't kick in fast enough because of where the camera is positioned. That's the orthogonal camera. Oops. Perspective camera. 0.27. Like 0.027. Let's give that a try. Yeah, that's better. Much nicer. In gets to that point and it sets the orthogonal transition. The orthogonal transition sets all of this. It sets the middle size. And then it will end up down here where I want to divide you by transition speed. I might actually make you half. That way all of this can just be multiply instead of divide. I don't know why, but a multiply feels better than a divide. Don't want it to be new size. Want that to be max size. Go. Size change. Size change. Okay, if the orthogonal camera size plus that is greater than the max, else do that. And this will be a plus equals. Let's see how fast that moves now. Ooh. Whoa. What is it? Let's check something. So if we print it 10 times, but for some reason it zooms out so far. Hang on. Why? I haven't set up some stuff that I should have set up. It's because this thing is so small. I need that to be the entire screen. Yeah, look at that. So I want the center. Hello, M125. How are you? Welcome to my terrible first game. So I need to set up this sub viewport zone. Oh, lucky. You, that's got to be America, right? Well, I mean, you're in luck because this is my first ever stream, so... Not America. School is over, not America. Canada? It's got to be somewhere in that area, right? Yes, first stream. First day, first stream. 3-ish hours in, I think. 2:47. Europe. What time is it for you? Because some parts of America are 3 PM right now. Ah, right. You're on the school break. Nice. Very nice. Yeah, that makes sense. Well, by all means, stop by every day for 2 months. More than happy to have you. Hopefully this game will be finished in that 2 months as well, so you can see it from creation to end. That's still not big enough. So it's going to be it's going to be like a wave shooter. So you just have waves of enemies that keep coming, and you survive for as long as possible. But I'm looking at implementing a 2D and 3D aspect to it. So you can this is a little test thing that I set up to figure things out initially. But you can run around in in 3D, and you can transition so that you have just the Z axis to move on, and all the enemies get pulled into your Z axis, which means if they're standing above you on something, that ledge might not exist in that Z axis, so they'll just like fall to the ground. And when you transition back into 3D mode, they'll have a velocity applied to them, so they like slam into walls and such as you transition back. But you can also go into the X axis as well if you want to, and like, yeah. So you kind of toy around with perspectives while you're shooting people and blowing things up, and yeah, just survive for as long as you can. Size changed is what I had set up. And I want to connect a update viewport size. Thank you. I was trying to come up with something new, and I saw games like Fez where there's like a 2D where you can like rotate to have like a different 2D world to play on and stuff like that. But yeah, and then what's the game that's coming out where you've got like you're playing in 3D and you've got like the handheld controller, so you have to play in 2D at the same time. So that one was really cool. So I figured I'm going to try something that messes around with perspective as well. That. The only thing I need to figure out is why it's zooming out so far in this one. Let me just add some comments here because otherwise I'm going to forget. Orthogonal zooming. Perspective zooming. Yep, stream avatars on bottom. I toyed around with some 2D stuff for the last couple months. I'm just creating some 2D pixel art, so figured I'd use them here. You'll get there. I had a lot of time on my hands, so. Change to orthogonal camera, and then change to perspective camera. Alright, so orthogonal zooming, we're increasing the size. Min size, give me a constant rate of change. I did that up here with the perspective as well. Thank you for the follow. That's still zooming out way too far. What to do here? Size gets set to the max size. Orthogonal camera size, let's see what it is. That one. So it goes straight to 19.8 and 20. Ah, I bet you I know what I've done. I haven't done it again. I don't need that there. Let's print the size change. See how much it's transitioning by each time. Alright, so that's fair. I think it's something to do with this guy. I can see. 0, 0. But the problem with that... Yeah, I need to toggle that. That's what that dot was. Alright, so that's more like it. Okay, but now I need that size there. That's what I can do. The blob has some colors as well that you can tinker around with. You can change it to blue or black, hopefully. I'm not too sure how the stream avatars extension works, but yeah. So that needs to do. Under here, the sub viewport. Instead of that, if I do sub viewport container, now it's offset. A bit weird. Alright. Getting closer. Give me 2 seconds. My standing desk was a bit too high, so my left shoulder was getting a bit sore. It's changed as well. How am I going to position it? going to anchor it to the top left. So it's only that large because I think I know why. Because of you. Maximized borderless. Okay, so that's doing that now. I need to set the viewport heights. How can I get the monitor? Godot 4 set. Oh, yeah. Monitor size. Here we go. That's 6 years ago. That might be a bit out of date. Let's see. There is no get screen size. I'll walk through what we got here. Oh, that dropped that, whatever that was. Alright, OS no longer has that value. So, can you guys still see me and hear me? Alright, because I've just gotten this from Streamlabs desktop. It says, an error occurred which has caused Streamlabs desktop to close. Don't worry, if you are streaming or recording, that is still happening in the background. I love it. Click the yes button to keep streaming recording. Click the no button to stop streaming or recording. Like, I'd rather just not touch the error message until I finish streaming. That's not for another 9 hours? I was gonna put that in a corner. Over there. Out of the way. But now it's weird because if I need to... Like, if I do BRB, I don't know if you can see the BRB screen or not. It's so annoying, Streamlabs. So do you still see me, or do you see the be right back message? Alright. So that means that my streamer bot stuff isn't gonna work anymore. Oh, why did it crash? We can relaunch the application. However, this will end your stream/recording session. Press the yes button to keep streaming and recording. Alright, I'm pressing the yes button. Your stream recording session is still running in the background. Whenever you're ready, click the OK button below to end your stream or recording and relaunch the application. Can I not just... That's annoying. I'm going to deal with that in a bit. I'm going to finish this off first. Get actual monitor resolution. That's the same thing I was just in. Let's see. Honestly, I'm not sure anyone will be running this game on a 720p monitor, or anything smaller than a 1080p monitor. So I might just leave it like that. Leave it like that. That's the thing, if I set it full screen, then I need the actual monitor size. Let's see. So that does set this viewport to be that size. If I reset you to be an OS viewport width and height. Let's give this a try. No, still just that top left corner. Why? does set it to the correct size. Going to enable stretch again, which looks like it's worked. Hey, there we go. That's what I want. Alright, now to get it zooming the other way. Actually, the other thing I'll do is I just want to see if those are visible here. Cool, they are. So what I can probably do is have the player and any friendly stuff have that green sort of highlight, and enemies have a red highlight. Anyway, bit of a sidetrack there. So orthogonal zooming, if it's increase, otherwise we do the opposite. Size change equals the lerp max size, min size, and delta by transition speed. Now I think I need to do... I don't think I need to subtract that from anything. Honestly, don't know why I'm doing that up above either. But whatever. I can get rid of this size change. Go. If the camera size minus the size change is less than or equal to the min size, go the orthogonal camera size as the min size, and the orthogonal size increase as true. Is switching is now disabled. Otherwise, the orthogonal camera size minus equals the size change. Let's see what happens. Cool. Nope, that's not at all what I wanted. Of course. I think I need orthogonal transition in both of those spots though. I only need it on the move in, not on this move out part. need that there. And then in here, so the orthogonal zooming, we have the size increase. So down here, I would go perspective transition is if the orthogonal camera size is less than or equal to the min size plus this random value to actually detect if it's that close. I don't think that's going to work though. Whoa. Something happened. Don't think it was a good thing either. Alright, let's step through this code. So we are in perspective mode. We're moving in. I think in here I need to go perspective move out as true. That moves in way too fast. Orthogonal zooming, orthogonal size increase. Is there? Ah, right, that's why. I haven't implemented this part yet. The collision mask becomes the perspective collision mask. The perspective camera current is true. The orthogonal camera current being set to false. Turn off any of the axis locks. Disable the sub-viewport container so that we can't see it. Set the perspective transition to false. And the perspective move out to true. Let's see what that does. Alright, so that always changed back to the cameras. But why is it moving so fast on the in though? Do I need to do that? Yes, I did. Zooms right in on the crotch too. What else is missing? Don't think I need it on the increase. That does not seem to be correct. Let's see what we get. Alright, so that's moved in. So it's not moving at all. If the perspective camera is current, his perspective is true. Perspective camera is current set there. Perspective transition gets set here. So I can probably pop that under that. Don't need that to run on a when it's moving out. Okay. Set the false orthogonal transition. So perspective move out, orthogonal size increase, those are the same. There's something very simple that I am not seeing. And it's just... it's a flag that I'm not setting somewhere. Okay, so it never hits perspective transition. Get set to false there. You should get set to true here. Just have that. Same thing with this. Get rid of that. This is the part of programming I do not like. What am I missing? Alright, so we know that the size change, it's not doing that, it's running this size change. So let's print the orthogonal camera size minus, actually plus, no, minus the size change. Yes, you did. You did. Now, I'm pretty sure I know who you are. You're Ash, right? Yep, cool. It was an educated guess because I got an email saying that you'd followed me. And I was like, oh, cool. Who's this? And I was like, that's someone that streamed before. The only person I know that streamed before that I work with is Ash. Unless Mark or KV had a hidden past they didn't tell us about. Dang it. I drink very well. Let's see what happens with this now. That was very fast. I'm not sure I like it. Alright, I broke some. Let's leave those where they are. Print you minus the size change. Let's see. Excellent, so that's transitioning correctly. That isn't. It's to 0.009 and stops. What min size did I have set? 01. So that's less than 01. Oh, and how is that? Hang on, I think I see it. Where's the perspective move out being set? Perspective move out is set there. The orthogonal size increase is set there. I set it to false there. I don't really want to set you to true there. That can be handled elsewhere. Perspective transition should change it. Yes, it's a custom job. All of my stream avatars are custom jobs. There's a goblin, there's a blob, and there's a me. It was actually good because that bearded one is very simple. There's no legs or arms or anything that has to move. It's just a floating head. So it took like 20 minutes to actually get sorted out. The goblin, on the other hand, needing to make sure the legs and the arms are all correct, that took a few days. I know that name. It has been a long time since I've seen Crash Bandicoot. Ah, the floating mask guy. Yep. I was thinking more of like a wizard sort of thing, like a Wizard of Oz sort of thing. And I'm thinking when if this ever becomes monetized, then underneath me I can like put in effects whenever someone like raids or something. Or if someone throws a large amount of bits, I can just do something special. Yeah. If anyone notices anything I'm doing wrong in this as well for the Godot stuff, point it out to me, because I'm going to miss it otherwise. But we zoom out for the orthogonal camera, then we zoom in with the orthogonal camera. Once that is less than min size, we set the size to min size. I think I need you there still. That's how I had it before, and it wasn't working like that. Oh. I don't want to set his switching to false in there. What am I doing? Where's the switching being set to false? I do want it to be set false somewhere, but not until I need to. So it gets set to false in the max. So in here we go, is switching is false. And in here we go, is switching is false. Zoom out, perfect. That move out one is a bit fast though. So I'm gonna test this one out, see if I can get it slowed down a little bit. More like that for the transition out effect. That's probably alright. That's fine for now, I reckon. Alright, so we have all of the camera transitioning stuff done. Now I need to set up some movement controller stuff. Because I know I have this, but I need to set it up so that I have a 2D and a 3D movement controller. So I'll just create a new script as movement. Give this a class name, movement. var movement. That's a movement script. And I also want a perspective and an orthogonal. Perspective movement. Orthogonal movement. Yep, all of that can go. I'm gonna need a function for move. It needs the velocity to be passed in, which is a vector 3. It needs the input direction, which is a vector 2. And it needs the speed, so that I can control that. It will return a vector 3. You can play with that. Oh, yeah. I'll return velocity here, but I'll also print the function not implemented for objects. Now the reason for that is because I'm going to override that function. In here. So I'm pretty sure I can just have you extend window. Well, sorry, not window, movement. Let's do perspective first, because that's pretty much already set up. So move, I'm going to copy everything from here. Ask now. So calculated input dir, not a z vector, just a vector 3. Typing is difficult. Input dir x, 0, input dir y. Now the reason for that, probably don't need to call it a calculated input dir. Probably just need to be a vec3 input dir. The direction, which will be a vector 3, is going to be the player transform basis multiplied by the vec3 input dir, and we normalize that. So now we have the normalized direction, I can get the velocity x set to the direction x multiplied by the speed, which can be running if we need it to be, and the direction y multiplied by speed as well. Actually, no, direction z. Not going to be floating. That would be odd. Otherwise, we move toward 0. Velocity z, move toward velocity z0 speed. And then I can return velocity. Alright, I also need a perspective movement to preload the resource. What is it? Scripts perspective movement.gd. There was a special way to do that too, because it's not a scene. That's right. You are going to be a perspective. I need to set up the class name first. Class name as perspective movement. Let's set up a class name for the orthogonal too. You go like that, and I go new. Orthogonal movement. Where is the orthogonal movement? And I do dot new. Alright, so I have both movement scripts loaded. And down here, do I need this perspective down there? I think I do. No, I assigned movements in there, that's right. So, in the perspective transition, we've got the perspective camera, so I can go movement is perspective movement, and up here I can go movement is orthogonal movement. Down here I can get rid of all of that, well, except for the gravity part and the jump part. Let's see, I still need to get the input director, like the input. So I can go velocity equals movement move. I can pass in, what is it, velocity, input dir, and speed. Fingers crossed. Move in base nil. Ah, of course, because I'm not. I need to default movement to perspective movement. I'll handle loading stuff later. Transform on nil. Yep, that's the other thing I've forgotten. Need to go movement player equals self. No. Actually, did I have that as an export? Where do I set that up? Which one's it erroring on? Ah, it's erroring on orthogonal. Right. Input dir is never used, speed is never used. I think I can just mark those as underscores, but I don't know if that'll impact the other ones. I don't know if they need to be the same names. Alright, doesn't look like they need to be the same names. I'm going to grab this. Here's something I did earlier. Alright, so we changed this to a vec3 because it's not actually a calculated value. And we set that to that vector if it's on the z-axis. Otherwise, if it's on the x-axis, we set it up this way. Direction, that's normal. Then that calculates all of that. Now the question is, where did I set player against movement previously? I cannot for the life of me see where I did that. There's no movement dot player equals. So what? What? This will crash if I. How does it work in my other test? On base nil with value of type character body player. Yeah, because I haven't set movement to anything yet. But that should still crash too because player isn't a thing. I don't know how, but I did some real crazy stuff. Alright, that'll be it. So simple when you actually see what the issue is. Oops. Self. There we go. That does it. Cool, so now I can move around. I'll change into the Z-axis. Alright. Invalid get index orthogonal axis. Because I have changed that value to be current ortho axis. Oops. Grab you. Pop you there. Alright. Should have some movement inside these axes now. Which obviously we can't tell because, yeah, we don't have any markers. So, I'm going to create a marker. Give me another static body. Jeez, that's a... I was zoomed out a lot there. Alright, let's create mesh instance. Get a visual idea of what this thing is. Cylinder mesh. And now let's give you a surface material. I'm going to make you just black for now. Alright. Gonna move you back there. And I'm going to duplicate you. Well, after I create a collision shape for it as well. That would be helpful. Now, actually, did I transform you? Yes, I transformed you. I don't want you to be transformed. I want this to be transformed. Give me a new cylinder. And then let's duplicate you. Let's go 0 and 4. Alright. So we can see that there, we can see that there. If I transition into the Z, I can see both of them, but I'm not moving. Okay. Now, why am I not moving? Get set to orthogonal movement there. Maybe I've locked the wrong axis. If it's the Z axis, then I lock the X axis, so I can't move back and forward. If it's the X axis, I lock the Z axis. That should be correct. What I can see, that's all correct. Guess these two are around the wrong way, but and it should have been broken for the other one. Y is left, or X is left and right. I think it is around the wrong way there. That is some very slow movement. Okay. That was something. So I think that was correct there. I think I was just causing it to freak out a little bit by messing with the velocities. So the Z velocity, if it's the Z axis, is negative speed, where rotation is 0. I think that's my other problem too. I think my other problem is that I haven't set up the unhandled input yet. So the unhandled input is what's used for the mouse, basically. Input event mouse motion and not switching. If we are in perspective, that's why that'll be fine. So this will rotate player. So we rotate the Y on the negative event relative X. What was my mouse sensitivity that I had previously? That's some weaker sensitivity. Sensitivity. It's a float, that was that. Otherwise, I was facing the player towards mouse. So I need to get the mouse position relative to the screen. Which was the get viewport, get mouse position. Then I needed the final X value, which I was translating so that it would be right in the middle of the screen. So now that it's in the middle of the screen, I can get the current ortho axis, check that, against the ortho axis and see if it's Z. If the final X is not a global position because it throws errors when it is the global position to try to do this stuff, we look at vector 3 position X, global position Y, and final X, negative final X, sorry. Otherwise, if the current ortho axis is X and the final X, positive final X at this point, is not the global position X, we want to look at vector 3 final X, global position Y, and just position Z. Alright, let's see what happens there. Back up. I think at that point I also want it to be, I want to change the input handling as well. I want the input mouse mode to be confined so that you can see the mouse and you know where you're looking. Otherwise, capture it when it's in perspective mode. Alright. Let's try this again. Alright, so he's twisting now. Alright. The other thing I need to do is get him to look the correct way. So currently he's looking down the z-axis, which is correct. That's what you would expect, because z should be straightforward. But for some reason it's acting like x is straightforward. What do I have for the player? Up direction is 1. Something I'm forgetting. Ooh, actually, I wonder if it's the camera side of things. So under here, I'm seeing the orthogonal offset on the z-axis, which is incorrect. When I'm looking on the z-axis, I need the camera off. But when I'm looking on the z-axis, sliced on the z-axis, I need the camera to be offset on the x-axis so that it's off to the side of the player. And when it's on the x-axis, I need it offset on the z. Okay, there we go. Okay, so now I need to flip my movements too. Cool. The other thing I also want to do is after move and slide, I want to go if not is perspective, orthogonal camera, global position on the Z. Well, actually, I've got to if current ortho axis is ortho axis Z, then orthogonal camera global position Z equals global position Z. Actually, I can do this another way. It gets very messy if I do it this way, though. So I go equals that. Yeah, no, I don't like that. It's going to get too messy. Else the camera for the global position X is the player's global position X. So now the camera should move with the player when I'm in that mode. Yes, perfect. Player is always center now. I like it. Now I just need to I'm going to have to tinker around with the transitions a little bit. One thing I'm going to need to do though, so that I can get my stream deck and whatnot controlling my stream again, I'm going to have to click this OK button, which will cause my stream to end, and it will relaunch Streamlabs, because for some reason that chose to crash on me. I don't know why. So yeah, I'm going to click that. The stream will end, but I will start it back up straight away. So stick around for 2 seconds. Hopefully, I think I've got it set up so that if the stream disconnects, it like stays there for like 90 seconds or something.